Hello, hello, hello. There's audio now. How's everybody doing? There's nobody watching yet, so we shall wait. And we need to open up Loopback, turn all of these on. Go into our settings, properties, make sure they're all correct. They are. Nick Prohl is here. Thank you so much for being here, Nick. I appreciate that. Lectio Semper is here. Hope everyone is well. Quit Slack there. Hope everyone's well. Ooh, this is backwards. There we go. That's better. That's gooder. That's much gooder. There's some Arabic in the chat. Don't know what that's about. What's your guys' favorite? What's the video game with the best music? I mean, it's Mario Galaxy. What's the video game with the best music that's not Mario Galaxy? I mean, it's Mario Galaxy. What's the video game with the best music besides Mario Galaxy? What do we think the best music? Wave Race 64. All right, let's check Wave Race 64 out. I'll do this on the shared screen. Persian, not Arabic, SMH. I don't know the difference. I played Cyberpunk this week, guys. It's actually good now. I'm playing Phantom Liberty right now. To be honest, did not want to stream today because Phantom Liberty is phenomenal, bro. Phantom Liberty rocks. That's pretty good. That is kind of a bop. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Jedi Fallen Order. Score. No. Music. It's so good. This is... Fallen Order is my favorite game of all time, and people give me crap for it because it's not good. I don't know why I like it so much. It's not like it's the best game ever. I don't think it's the best game ever, but it is my favorite game ever. I love this game. Skyward Sword. I've never played Skyward Sword. Smash Melee. Okay, Smash Melee is pretty good, but it's like repetitive. You know what I mean? I've never played Skyward Sword. Dude. So good. This. Dude, yeah, okay. Pretty good. I mean, yeah, the menu music, but like that is a single song. Those are like single songs. I'm talking about which game has the best like soundtrack. You know what I mean? Classic game music, bro. I bet this guy's. Hold up. Dragon Age. That's a good poll. Raymond DeCoin, how's it going, dude? Glad you could be here. What's a video game with like jazz music, dude? I would love to hear jazz music video game. What is a video game with jazz music? Oh, Cuphead. Grim Fandango. Persona 5 has, yeah. What is Grim Fandango OST? I've never heard of this. That's pretty good. I'm just looking for music for the stream tonight. I'm not gonna lie, because I think I'll be fine with video game music.
Well, Cuphead and his
This is big band jazz. This is big band jazz though. Persona 5. This is big band jazz. That's too much. That's too much. Layer cake? All right. All right, that's kind of a vibe. That's kind of a vibe. think there might. I think I'm just gonna. I really think there's gonna be no music tonight if I had to guess, because the last 2 weeks I got demonetized, marked ineligible for music stuff. What's up, Mysterion? How's it going? There's just no way to find music well, guys. I'm sorry. It's just not. I don't know if you're doing it on Twitch where you're not getting copyrighted, it's fine, but like dude, it's bad. It like everywhere else. You should just do this for the love of the game, no money needed. Sorry, buddy. That I do it for the love of the game, but I don't need music to love the game. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you. Keep it a buck with you. I don't need money to love the game, or I don't need music to love the game. And if I can not have music and stay monetized, that'd be excellent. Did I miss a phone call? I got a text from somebody. Anyway. Last music video right here. I don't know what that. I can't see anything. So. Dude, the chat box still is not. What are we doing? Why do we have no background? I don't know if I like it, dude. The problem with the actual like Windows 95 whoops, that's the wrong way. The problem with the Windows 95 like themed chat box is that it is completely opaque. So like and also yeah, this is the other problem with it is that it does this. Like you can't. What am I supposed to do with this, dude? How am I? It doesn't snap right. I wish you guys could see this, but it doesn't snap. YouTube chat auto censors links. Yeah. Yeah, you can't post a link. That is a good feature. For so many reasons, that's a great feature. What? I just clicked a random video. That is not terrible. That is not terrible. No, I didn't get struck. I have never been struck. I just have been marked ineligible for monetization on a couple videos. Is music from Super Metroid old enough? No. If it's in a video game, it's not old enough to avoid a strike. Public domain music is like you'd have to go back to like the 20s, honestly. Like the 20s or the like Pokemon Coliseum and XD. Yeah. See, that's the other problem though, is like the stuff we talk about playing video game music while we're doing it is just like so just seems so lame. You know what I mean? It just seems very lame to play video game music while we talk about the stuff that we talk about. Lib coded? Yeah, the video game music on stream is kind of lib coded. How does Wagner avoid strikes using TES music? What the heck is TES? Oh, the Elder Scrolls. Because it's OST. You're not gonna get struck. You would have to like somebody would have to notice that you're doing it. Because OSTs you can use them so like the rule generally is if you're playing the game there that you're not gonna get struck. And what that actually means is that the copyright holders of OSTs do not put them in the YouTube copyright recognition system because all the copyright's automatic. So it would have to be a manual copy strike or a copy claim, and they just don't have time to do it for everybody. I mean, the number of creators there are on YouTube, so they just don't do it. Hey Haley, how you doing? So that's why. That's why. That is the reason that they oh shoot. Okay, we're good. Floral shirt, video game music, comedian poster, lib coded already. I don't know what you're talking about. This jacket rocks, and that guy is not a lib. He's not. Shane is the furthest thing from a lib you can be. It is funny. Getting those circle glasses could work too. What about these glasses? What do you think about these? How's this? How's this make you feel? How's this strike you? Happy's here. What's up, Happy? How's this strike you guys? Does this feel lib coded? Wait, hold on. Let me. How's this feel? It has the brace, not too lib coded. Drier than the Sahara. What do you mean drier than the Sahara? I don't know what that's referring to. Now you look like you're gonna sell me Guatemalan Rebels in the 80s. I could sell you Guatemalan Rebels in the 80s. Do you need some Guatemalan Rebels? Can we talk about these glasses? These glasses are blue light blocking and I love them. I wish I could wear them when streaming, but I feel like okay, I'm going to say a thing. And it's going to I do not like it when people wear glasses while they have a computer in front of them in video content because I find it distracting that I can see the reflection of the computer screen in the glasses. Does that make sense? Does anybody else feel that way or is that a problem? Is that a me problem? Curse be us who wear glasses all the time, I guess. It is frustrating. Are you about to write a manifesto? Look, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Um, I thought, by the way, speaking of, it's funny that you say that because playing Cyberpunk this week, I noticed that Keanu Reeves' character is just like a way more degenerate Ted Kaczynski that got a bigger bomb. That's the whole thing. Like Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk is Ted Kaczynski with more vices and a bigger bomb. Change my mind. Anyway, da-da-da-dum. Cyberpunk is so good, dude. I played it for the first, like, I got frustrated with it when it came out. Raymond DeCoy, thank you so much. Oh, shoot. I should move this down to here. Thank you so much, Raymond. Great jacket. I agree on the glasses glare issue. I hope you get to keep Super Chat revenue received before demonetization. I do get to keep Super Chat revenue. Super Chat revenue doesn't go away. They can't take that away. I just, yeah, it's ad revenue. So, ad revenue I cannot keep, which is not a lot, actually. You would be surprised how little that is. Also, I lost 13 subscribers in the last 28 days, which is odd. Don't know how that happened. I think people subscribed when I interviewed Connor and then decided they didn't actually like me, which is fine. You should try being in my head. Raymond keeping the lights on. So true. So true. Make it 14? All right, well, that's rude. 15? All right. Wow, guys. Wow. Out here just trying to put together, sane content for you guys. Speaking of sane content, Doyle made a really good video this week that I think we're going to react to part of. Yeah, we're going to react to part of this Doyle video.
Or does it sound like little...
Whoop, doo-boo. Joke's on you, I was never subbed. Well, you're like my real life friend, so that one's way more hurtful. We'll be talking about the most important news of the week. Mendoza trying to rizz up Alyssa Liu. Bro, I sent that to my roommate because my roommate and I friggin' love Fernando Mendoza. My roommate and I really, so I'm actually from Indiana. That's why that's why I watched the Hoosiers. And then this year I was watching the Hoosiers so much, and this was actually before my roommate, who wasn't my roommate before, moved in with me. I was inviting him over to the games. He came over, watched a couple of the IU games, and was immediately like, this is the most fun football team to watch play football I've ever seen in my life. Because it's true, by the way. That is true. The Indiana Hoosiers are like the most entertaining football team. The 2025-2026 Indiana Hoosiers are the most entertaining football team in the history of football. They might not be the best, but they are so fun to watch. So fun to watch. So, yeah, but he and I have this rule now where wherever we see stuff about the Hoosiers, we send it to each other. I saw Fernando. It was a hilarious ad. It was an ad for Fortnite that they were both doing, but it did look like he was trying to rizz her up. News Baron's gonna have just a fit, dude. He's gonna die. News Baron's gonna die. So there's that. There's that. Anyway, before we get into Lisa Murkowski and the Senate GOP, you guys know the rules on the call-ins. If you want to call in, you have to just send a hashtag roll call to the roll call channel. And then join Chiswick Pub And if you do that, excuse me, if you do that, I will bring you in. I'll ask your question. We could talk for a couple minutes. But if you don't get to talk. So if you would like to call in, ask any question on politics, any political question, that would be just fine. So the roll call channel is open. What is going on? Levi's being weird. I think that's everything. That's all the stuff we normally talk about. Let me be psychic about the news of the week. GOP betrayed us. Dems are salivating at bringing ruthlessly powered $50 more billion to the Middle East. Anything seems dangerous. Anything on politics, I will answer the question. Does it have to be real politics or can it be in-universe politics? That depends on the universe. It has to be something I know about because I'm not, and I do mean like if this is rude and I know it. But if it's something like that is your, if you're like a nerd about one specific thing, and I don't know anything about it, I'm really not interested in talking about it. So there's that. Bro, this is, there we go. Is that gonna work? That's okay. That's okay. That's all right. Let's try this. $40K? I don't know a ton about 40K. I do not know enough about 40K to actually talk about it, honestly. Dude, that's terrible. This is why I don't use this stupid chat box overlay. It's just bad. It's just bad. It's not good. What's wrong with it? It's not, it's distracting. I can't actually, like, the chat is not actually readable, is what's wrong with it. 255, so I guess maybe 120. Let's try 120. But also, I can't figure out how to get my the background color to like actually darken. Is it darker right there? Is it darker? I don't think it is. It's not. Like there should be a line right here where it's darker. It just doesn't work for some reason. It's super annoying. All right. Oh, you can't add. Okay, well that's. Well, I guess we'll do it this way then. Let's try adding a source maybe? Capture video and audio media widgets. Nice goggles, thank you. All right, if I do this, now if I do this, and then I do what? There are no. There's no. Why is there no? Is there not an opacity? There's really no opacity on here. Okay. Whatever, I guess. Are you still against travel? Yes, I still think travel is lame. I don't think it works. Don't think it's a good idea to have a culture that is obsessed with travel. Okay. Anyway,
Thank you.
let's watch this video. See, this is what I'm talking about. I can't go full screen because there's no background. Are the Republicans yet again snatching defeat from the jaws of victory? Always. They do that literally constantly. Uh, Rare GOP defection, especially from Lisa Murkowski, dude. Rare GOP defection. It's Lisa Murkowski. She defects once a week. Uh, any thoughts on James Fishback? I have an idea, by the way. I know how to fix this. I like James Fishback's policies. I think his strategy is flawed, and I am disappointed by taking what was a winnable race to make a point and turning it into a spectacle for Twitter. Because as much as I like Twitter, I think it's a really bad idea to turn politics into a spectacle for Twitter. And I I wish that he had been more serious so that or taken like his like what he could have done a little more seriously. Um, but no luck. That's exact. There we go. I just made it in Photoshop. I just made it in Photoshop. I just I just made an image with transparency in Photoshop. That is the solution I came up with for this.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I've come to the floor this evening to speak about the Save America Act. Before I do that, though, I want to take a pause for a...
There we go. That's better. That's actually, there we go. That fixes that. Herrera Strat for the GOP is informative. Brandon Herrera, if you want to overthrow neocons and people who suck, like Republicans that suck, you should be Brandon Herrera. You don't have to be put together online and stuff, but you have to be the kind of weird that is attractive to the GOP. That's what you have to do. John talked about that in his new episode. Dude, why am I even streaming? Why am I even streaming? Anyway, so fun fact about Lisa Murkowski is her dad appointed her to the Senate. So if you did not know, Lisa Murkowski's father was the one who appointed her to the Senate. Instructions unclear. My opponent did not set the woman he was having an affair with on fire. To be clear, Brandon's opponent did not set the woman on fire. The woman set herself on fire because she had an affair with him. That's what happened. Anyway, so if you don't know about Lisa Murkowski's father appointed her to the Senate after he resigned from the Senate and became Alaska's governor. She's also married to a registered Democrat, and she is a known Republican problem vote. She is like her and Susan Collins are the two really big problem votes for getting things done in the Senate, even prior to Trump, right? So now we have some other problem votes in the Senate. We've got Mitch McConnell, we've got Rand Paul. Oh, that's the other thing. I need to add that to the list. We need to add Rand Paul. We need to go to Rand Paul. Here we go. Need to watch that.
Practice of this committee to swear in witnesses.
Even prior, so now we have, Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul and Tom Tillis. We've got all these other problems now. They're only problems because Trump is doing things that are actually right wing. They are what I would consider like mainline neocons, and they were not problem votes for like Bush admin or opposing Obama. Murkowski and Susan Collins in Alaska and Maine are known problems, and they've been problems for decades. So, but this was Lisa Murkowski's speech on the floor. It's 40 minutes long about why she's going to oppose Save America, which is effectively is she's just filibustering for the Democrats. And her husband is a registered Democrat. I will say that again. Her father appointed her to the Senate. She failed the bar 4 times. And we don't need to listen to her talk for all 40 minutes, but we are going to listen to her talk for a little while. Just because she says some funny things. So we can jump to where it starts, though. Yes, so we're gonna watch some a lot of this.
Take the toughest test. It kind of segues a little bit into some of the points that I want to make here this evening about my state, particularly. We all come to these debates about policy with the background and the unique circumstances from the places that we call home. And I want to...
Also, the Senate is empty, okay? The Senate is empty. The Save America Act, I want to say, I said this on X. I said this to my chat my work chat this week. In the same week that J.B. Pritzker is like, I'm going to put ICE agents in prison, the Senate GOP is failing to pass a law that makes it illegal, that would prevent illegals from voting and prevent J.B. Pritzker types from getting power to charge law enforcement officers with crimes. And in that week, the conservative commentariat decided to get in a literal dick measuring contest. Like, actually, talking about penis size, okay? This is just like an unacceptable state of politics. This is what we lost with Charlie, by the way. When Charlie Kirk died, okay? When Charlie Kirk died, what we lost, who got in the dick measuring contest? Megyn Kelly called Mark Levin, said Mark Levin had a small penis, and then he got all upset about it, and then a bunch of people got upset about it, and then somebody called him Micro Mark, and he called them Banana Daniel. Like, they literally got a dick measuring contest. This is what we lost with Charlie, okay? We lost the organization and the motivator, okay? Charlie kept people focused, whether or not you watched him or not. And I didn't watch him because I didn't find him particularly entertaining personally. But that's irrelevant, okay? Because what Charlie did was he kept the movement focused. Because he knew all the people who could make all the differences, who could do all the stuff. He kept people focused. He kept the movement focused. And that's what we lost when we lost Charlie. Charlie was our lodestone, yes. And he was excellent at it. And so what you're seeing, what you've been seeing for a while with people sniping at each other and stuff not getting done, or distractibility in the commentariat and the elites not doing what we want. This week specifically, where we were too focused on having an internal argument about how much we should like Israel to go, hey, let's set this aside for a week and get the Senate to do their fucking job, that is the thing that we need. We need somebody who can do that. And who did it before was Charlie Kirk. Because when if Charlie was around right now, and I'm not going to do this whole, like, if Charlie was around, he wouldn't like his. No, if Charlie was around right now, you know what everybody left and right agrees he would be doing? Is he would be on his radio show daily talking about this, talking about Save America, talking about all this stuff, keeping people focused on the things that matter. Okay? And we don't have that anymore. So now, while Lisa Murkowski, a supposed Republican, is spending 40 minutes of her hot air talking about why she's going to make sure illegals in this country can vote, we were too busy complaining about and arguing about how much we should support Israel, or if like Iran is a betrayal. And it might be, okay? I'm fine with saying it might be. I'm not a fan of the Iran war. But you know what matters more than the Iran war? Foreigners not voting. Do you know what you can do if you want to make sure that there's no more foreign military things happening? You know, if you think, oh, we didn't get it this time, which we got less of it this time. Let's be honest about this. But if you think, oh, we didn't get it this time, you know what you could be doing that would make an actual difference, like more of a difference than complaining about it on X or complaining about it on your stupid podcasts, is pressuring the Senate to get the Save America Act passed. That's what you could be doing. If you actually cared about Iran, not to be, oh, I was right all along, not to be, I was right all along, but if you actually cared about it because you thought it was wrong, because you thought it was a problem, because you thought America would be better if we didn't do these things, what you would be doing is this. You would be getting Save America Act passed. And that's why all these people who complain about Iran or who complain about, oh, we're not getting enough deportations, which, by the way, the actual number of by force deportations pale in comparison to the number of self-deportations, which pales in comparison to anything anybody's ever done before. Bro just watched Oil today? I did not. No. I did not. That's what you would be doing. And that's what we lost with Charlie. Charlie got this stuff done for us. Okay? And I didn't appreciate him until he was gone. And much to my shame, right? To my shame. Mea culpa. I will say it, right? Mea culpa. Mea maxima culpa. I did not appreciate what Charlie did for the Republican Party and for the conservative movement and for Christianity and for the Western civilization as a whole, as a single man, until like as a not single, I know he's married, but as like alone, as a man, like just him until he was gone. And so Will asks, I think it was Will. No, Mysterion asks if the left no, who asked it? Oh, Will asked if the left has a lodestone. The left doesn't have a lodestone because they don't need one, because they have the cultural institutions, what Yarvin calls the cathedral. And I know that's going to make a lot of you uncomfortable because we're mostly Catholics here, but the cathedral is this idea of it's the amalgamation, it's the emergent, it's the emergent phenomena by which complete control of cultural institution results in the same effects as a civil religion has on focusing the will of a movement. So that's what the left That's why the left doesn't need a lodestone, right? Because they have the cathedral. They have the state religion. So, let's watch Murkowski.
I want to begin my comments this evening about the Save America Act and why I have spoken out in opposition to this measure, not because I disagree with what my colleague from Utah has shared, that it should be the privilege allowed to U.S. citizens, this privilege of the vote. And I also would agree that asking for valid ID in order to participate in voting is not an unreasonable thing. In fact, my state certainly requires that, and I think most others do. But as with so much that we deal with, it's not just in the headline, it's not just in the top line, it's how would this apply in your given situation? And as a senator that comes from a big state, some would say a very unique state.
Alaska
a very
is the biggest state.
I don't think that there's too many where you have dog races that go just about 1,000 miles, and we celebrate them.
Nobody cares about your dog races, Lisa.
The trail that these animals and their mushers took goes through an area where, yes, people live, but we're not connected by any roads. The way that we get around is just a little bit different from other folks. And so recognizing and appreciating the distinctions that come to bear when you take a measure that is good in purpose. Citizens should be allowed to vote, valid ID should be required, but you gotta peel back the cover here and see how is this going to be implemented. And so I want to focus, I know that there's multiple versions of the bill. The senator from Utah just pointed to that. I want to speak to the substitute amendment to Senate Bill 1383, which we have now, and focus on the particular challenges and the practical challenges that it creates for a state like Alaska that is 1/5 the size of the United States with a population of just over 700,000 people. And so it's the challenges that we have specifically with registration, with the requirements for a photo ID, and then I'll speak a little bit to the mail-in voting limitation. One of the first places to start is you're saying, all right, if you said, Lisa, you don't oppose the...
Okay, here's a question. Okay, Alaska has 700,000 people. Alaska presidential election results. Okay. 2024, there was 100 and... How many total votes were cast? Okay, total votes cast. Yeah, she's actually filibustering. Total votes cast. $184 plus 140 plus 5,000. Well, let's just round it. Let's use rounding. So 6,000 equals 330,000. So 330,000 divided by 700,000, 47%. Okay. Let's use another. Let's do states by population. Let's find a state in the lower 48. You cannot build roads in Alaska. I hate to take her side on that, but you cannot you can't build roads in Alaska. It's yeah, you can't. You just can't do that. Oh yeah, registered voters in Alaska. Let's do it that way. Yeah, let's do it that way. Sorry, that's way better. That's a way better way to do it. 330 divided by, okay, 590, 590, 587,000 registered voters. So 56% of registered voters. Okay. Registered voters in North Dakota. Voter registration statistics. Okay. Total registered voters in North Dakota, 465,000. So it's a little less than Alaska. North Dakota presidential election. Shoot. Results 2024. Let's just go back. Let's do this. $246. Grover Cleveland. All right. Well, let's subtract 6,000 votes. Let's just do the Republican. So let's do 324 divided by 587. That's not right. 324 divided by 587. Bro, can I do this, please? 324 divided by 587 equals, so 55%. Okay. 55%, and then um 246 plus 112, 358 divided by 465. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess that's way more. So it is more, but they also have way less voters. I guess, I don't know. Percent voter turnout 2024. 2024 contests were two of the highest turnout elections in the past century. 64% of registered voters voted in 2024 nationally. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 64%. So I mean, it's a little less. It's 10% less, I guess. 9% less. It's 9% less. 9% below the average. So that is something to keep in mind. Ballotpedia has voter turnout by state. I wanted to compare it to national average. That seems more useful. North Dakota doesn't require registration. What are we doing? That's party registration then.
The intent of this and you come from a big state, and there may be logistical challenges in implementing it.
Imagine registering with a party and not voting. That's an interesting individual.
When does all this come into play? Well, that's an
How long do you think it would take Lisa Murkowski to dog race from Gibraltar to Gaza?
important consideration, because as the bill is drafted right now, these provisions are effective upon passage of the bill. And so that means that Alaska and every other state is going to have to comply with a new set of laws that, in my state situation, that contradict our state laws. And we are in the midst of an election cycle. We are less than 8 months away now from our general election. In addition to immediate implementation of the provisions under this bill, there's no support that comes to the state. When I say support, there's no federal.
What? Okay, here's a question. 2024 voter turnout. Voter turnout mail-in percentage. Backwoods Russian cream greater than Alp. Those are completely different things. 1 in 3 Americans voted by mail. Okay, 31%. Okay. Alaska mail I didn't spell that right. It's fine. Is there a breakdown on Ballotpedia of what percent of them were mail-in? Yeah, 30% of ballots being mail-in is crazy because they're not secure. Mail-in ballots are not secure. Like they're just not. How many mail-in ballots Alaska 2024? I'm trying to figure out how many people voted by mail in Alaska in 2024. How many people voted by mail in Alaska in 2024? Early, maybe? No? Okay. I guess I'm going to have to put mail in quotes. Uh, all details. Oh, here we go. By fax. You can vote by fax in Alaska? What the heck? Who ordered a fax ballot? There are 7 people in Alaska who ordered a fax ballot who didn't vote by fax. California had 87% of their votes by mail in 2020 and 90% in 2022. Yo, send me the link in the Discord. In the inner circle chat. Yes, there's an inner circle chat. Mysterion did an extraordinary amount of work to help with the wiki, by the way. So he's in the inner circle. Don't ask. If you ask to be in it, you will never be in it. But yes, that is what I'm referring to. Also, I'm doing this. And I don't care if you are mad about it. So I can keep it straight. Okay, so 51,000. Okay, so how many people voted in Alaska, did we say? We said there were 358. So Alaska has a lower than the national average. That's a crazy. Okay, wait. I have an idea. I want to see something. I have an idea. I want to see something. How will we do this? Okay, my idea, chat. The idea I have is that we go and we get the percent of people who have voted, the percent of ballots that were by mail in each state, and plot them on a graph. Does that make sense? Like, it would be like my idea for, I should have opened this before stream. I don't know why I didn't. My idea is like, my idea is to do like, so this axis would be total votes, or percent, sorry, so it'd be 0 both axes would be 100. So percent registered or so it'd be percent population turnout, percent population turnout up here, and then on this axis it would be, nope, that's not what we wanted to do. On this axis it would be like percent of votes by mail. Does that make sense? Grok at Grok. I don't want to. We could probably use some AI to do it. I'm trying to figure out what tool we would use to make the chart, though. I didn't have this on screen. This is the idea. Okay. What would we use to make this chart, though? Is there an Obsidian plugin to make charts? Let's look at this one. Charts. Oh, there is. Sweet. Oh, Campano uses this. Yeah, if Campano uses it, then it's good. Campano's the guy who made this, made Obsidian. So if Campano uses it, then we're vibing. If it's Campano approved, then it's a vibe. Settings. Okay. How to use. The format to be used when generating image from a chart. Image quality. How to. This is not helpful. Chart to image converter. That's not what we want. Okay. Let's try. Create new note. Voter data 2024. Probably just find a graph maker. Also, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can I, if I do chart, insert new chart, type, line, fill the underside, distinct colors, start at 0. Okay, X labels, X-axis labels set. Line of best fit, line chart only. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Okay. Change the smoothness of the chart, whatever, that's fine. What is an X-axis label? Oh, thanks, Will. Will, you just wanna just yeah, just send me the source on that before you do that, because I don't want you to do that work and then it not be. Okay, this is not super helpful. Set data field. Dude, I would have to set that. This cannot be right. I would have to set this all the way up to 100. Can I do 1 through 100? No. Separated by a comma? Okay, hold on. This is where we use grok. This is where we use grok. Generate a text string of the numbers 1 to 100 separated by commas with no spaces. Can't believe you don't want to spend 2 minutes writing out every number. Yeah, same. So lazy. Perfect. Set data fields. Can I do this? Insert chart. There we go. This is not helpful. This is just that does not work. That does not do what we wanted it to do. Do we want a scatter chart? Is that what we want? What is what is the difference between a scatter plot? Ah, we want a scatter plot. I see. We want a scatter plot. Yeah, let's look for a scatter plot maker. First of all, let's go to community plugins. Let's delete this plugin because we don't need this plugin. Oh, there we go. There's one. Okay. What was that plugin called? uh, SQL seal charts. Well, that's not popping up in my quick switcher or my command line. Doesn't Obsidian support mermaid graphs? I think that has scatter plots. I don't know what mermaid graphs are. I'm not good at this stuff, guys. I'm bad at this. Oh, you have to do this via code? Bro, this is so far beyond me. Guys, that's not going to work. All of these have to be done by code. I can't type the code in. There's no way. I'm not that smart. I'm too stupid for this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna call a scam line and have an Indian do it. I'm sure that some Indian will pick up on the other end of the scam line. Maximum 100. Where is x-axis? Is there not an x-axis range? Okay. But this is not going to let me label the states, each point by state. This tool is not going to let me label each point by state. Google Sheets it is, I guess. Hold on. Dude, what? How hard can this be? Canva has one. Of course Canva has one. Of course Canva can do it actually correctly. Obviously Canva figures it out. That would, yeah. Okay. I want to hate Canva and I can't. Continually I get proven wrong. Okay, I have to upload the data. I have to upload the data. So I guess we'll watch Lisa Murkowski. I think Will said he has it, so yeah. I guess we'll watch Lisa Murkowski. Let me double check this. Oh, percent turnout. Oh, hold on. This will work. What the heck is CVAP? What is CVAP? Someone define CVAP. What is CVAP? There's a thing in this chart called CVAP. Hold on. I'll show you this. So this is the data, but it's referencing something called a CVAP, and I don't know what a CVAP is. What is CVAP? Citizen voting age population. Ah, that makes sense. Citizens of voting age. Yeah, okay.
Resources that come and say, all right, you need to figure out how you can get more photo identification mobile units out to remote areas where it is hard to do. You need resources, you need people in order to absorb this, the number.
Sorry. Gotta answer this.
that you will see when people come to your Division of Elections or your Public Assistance Office with original documents. You need more folks. Well, here's the money. Well, we're not helping with that. So the states would be forced to bear the entire cost of implementation right away, just right away. So this is a tall order. And again, you're trying to stand all of this up while we are in the midst of an active election year. And certainly in my state, we would be redirecting, if we had to comply with a federal law, we would redirect funds from elsewhere. But this is just, okay, it's a logistical challenge. Is it insurmountable? Maybe not. Is it going to be really hard to do in certain places? I think that's fair to say. So maybe I'm starting with the easiest point here, which is the implementation on the timeline that this bill outlines is pretty near impossible in a state like Alaska right now, given the lack of infrastructure that we currently have. So let me move to the next point, and this is with regards to the registration to vote. Requiring proof of citizenship. Okay. We can figure this out. And listen carefully to the senator from Utah when he said, you know, when you have a name change, it may be complicated to get your documents, but ultimately you're going to figure out a way to get your documents. But I'm going to walk you through the challenge of what it means to meet a requirement that says you have to provide your proof of citizenship. You've got to provide your documentation in person in order to register to vote. Now, you don't get confused. That's not when you're actually voting. That's where the voter ID comes into place. What we're talking about right now is just the registration to vote. This would be a major, major departure from how most Alaskans currently register to vote. So just setting the scene here. In 2024, over 80% of applicants register.
Lisa Murkowski is unironically doing the Omni-Man meme, but for all of voter ID. Lisa Murkowski is doing this, but to the entirety of voter ID. Like, she's the point, like, she's like, yes, this law, all the things you're saying are correct, but it would be hard, and my state is the exception, therefore we should not do it at all. Lady, I know why you failed the bar now. Exception makes bad law. How many times do I got to say it? Exception makes bad law. I'm sorry that you got to use dog sleds to get around in Alaska. All right? But I don't care. Okay? Okay, you know, 300,000 people vote in Alaska, 360,000 people vote in Alaska-ish. If 180,000 of those people can't vote, I don't care. I actually don't. Like, that's not a huge deal. Compared to the win we would get, which would be like over 1 million, like an order of magnitude more people who shouldn't be voting not being able to vote. It's literally she's like, Trump is going, hey, voting is too easy, we need to pass a law. And she's going, actually, voting is hard in my state, which is like the second smallest by population. I don't care. I literally do not care. It just doesn't matter. I'm sorry. If you're in Alaska, I don't care if you get to vote if it means that a bunch of illegal, like an order of magnitude more illegals don't get to vote. To defend her, this is what senators should do when the government works well, by saying, this isn't good for my state, I won't support it, but like the government doesn't work. This is what a senator should do if the thing that is being proposed is also bad for like everyone. In this case, it's pretty clear that this is good for everyone except for her. And she said, and let me pull something up. No, I wanted polling, not voting. Wow, that's not a great picture of her. That was rude. Why'd they put that picture of her in there? That one too. What is going on? There's no data on how many people in Save America Act poll 2026. Should people who are not, would you support or oppose U.S. proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections? 69%. 75%. Dude, what is going on? 23% of Democrats are like, nah, leave them on. What the hell is this? Yeah, okay, here you go. She's saying it's bad, but she's just wrong about this being bad. And also the people who she represents are like, actually, this is good. I want it this way. Let me check. Let me look at something else. When was her last election? 2022. So every 6 years. So 8, 14, 20. Okay, so 2020. 2020 Alaska election results. Alaska Senate. Also, you guys, if you don't know why, was she not up for re-election? If you don't know why, yeah, here we go. If you don't know why, Lisa Murkowski wins in Alaska and continues to win, it's because of this. They have ranked choice voting. Which means, or not ranked choice, sorry. They have, like they have, instead of having primaries, they have 2 rounds of voting where you vote for the 2 people you most prefer, and then those 2 people run against each other. So Democrats, if you look at this, can you guys read this? You guys cannot read that. There's no way. If you look at the results, first round, they're basically tied, okay? And then in the second round, the Democrats, look at this. The lady running against Lisa Murkowski only gains 6,000 votes, but Lisa Murkowski gains 23,000 votes. Almost like all these Democrats decided to vote for Lisa Murkowski. So a real Republican cannot win in this state because it's like, because the Democrat, she's winning the soft, squishy Republicans and the Democrats. That's why she keeps winning, if you didn't know that. Anyway, 53%. She won 53% of the vote, okay? And would you support proof of U.S. citizenship? And should you have to be a citizen? There is more support in Alaska for the Save America Act than there is for Lisa Murkowski. Hold on. Stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by, Patriots. Hold on. Stand back and stand by, Patriots. Okay, now we're good.
Registered by mail.
No, she can't lose the primary. Because the state is Republican, so she can't lose a primary. It would require a Democrat to win more votes than her in the primary. Ranked choice voting is a... No. Let me red pill you guys. Because Mysterion's generally right about stuff. But he's saying that he thinks he supports ranked choice voting in concept. No. None. But he says, but the results don't benefit me so, which is based on that. That's based. Let me red pill you on this. All of the reasons that democracy sucks, all the worst things about democracy, okay, are made 100 times worse by ranked choice voting, and there are no benefits to it. Okay? Like the idea that you vote for the person who represents you the best. No. Because in ranked choice voting, what you're doing is you're giving the people who are most likely to do nothing and to continue the status quo while the bureaucracy actually runs things, the people closest to the center, the least offensive, are going to win because they're going to get the highest percentage of everyone's votes. Like, those people get in office more. Right? Like that's the result that doesn't benefit us. But there's no benefit to it. It doesn't like, there's no moral superiority to ranked choice voting. It just makes everything worse.
They registered online, or they registered through our permanent fund dividend application. This is a process that every eligible Alaskan will go through each year, just about this time. And so we have set up a process that allows for you to register when you are applying for your permanent fund dividend application. In 2023, that number, in terms of the applicants who use that process either by mail, online, or through PFD was more than 90%. So this is where people are going right now to register. So what this would require is you might be able to start the process online, but the requirement to present the documentation in person is still there. So there were about 29,000 new voter registrations in 2024. And under this Save America Act, it would have effectively forced about 25,000 of these Alaskans to go to the Alaska Division of Election Offices to provide the documentation in order to certify your citizenship. Now, people have said
25,000? Are we seriously going to play this game? 25,000? Dude, 350,000 people voted. 25,000 is 1/14th. And 1/14th is like about 100 divided by 14 is like well, 1 over 14. Hold on. Let me just do it this way. Seven percent of the people who vote in Alaska, let alone the fact that Alaska is like the second least populous state in the country. 7% of the people who vote in Alaska. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care about them. I don't care that they don't get to vote. Oh no, 25,000 people aren't going to vote? Oh no. Who cares?
said, well, wait a minute, it's not just the Division of Elections that you can go to. There are potentially other agencies that you can take documentation, whether it's State Public Assistance Agency, Department of Motor Vehicles, other locations that the state has designated as voter registration agencies. So let me just walk you through. Again, I should have my map of Alaska overlaid on the continental United States, but we're 1/5 the size of the United States. These stars here are
I
the
don't care how big you are.
division
You
of
have
elections that we have
literally
in
no
Alaska.
people.
We have 6 divisions of elections. So again, if you had my other big map, Alaska stretches from Florida to just about California, down from the southwest, practically up to the Canadian border. So it would be like, going from
Oh, what a great point. Sorry, I was muted. Do I, do I need to do the overlay here, guys? Do we need to do it? I don't think I need to overlay. I don't think I need to overlay it. What are we putting here? Yeah, those are Inuits. They're not going to vote anyway. I saw. I'll do the spreadsheet just a second.
Washington, D.C., to Ohio, to go. My map is probably off on that, so maybe I shouldn't be using those states. My point is, you've got 6 division of elections that are throughout the state: Juneau, Anchorage, Fairbanks, Nome, Wasilla, and Kenai. So this is clear through the Save America Act that this is where citizens, Alaskans, can present their documentary proof of citizenship.
Oh my gosh,
Now,
it doesn't matter.
What's
That's
less
where
clear
literally
is
all the
whether or
people
not
are.
you can present that documentary proof if you go to a division of motor vehicles, if you go to a state public assistance office, or do you go to other locations that currently provide voter registration services, although pretty low levels. But again, don't get excited to think that now we've got stars all over the map in terms of where you can go to actually present your documentation, because there are only 10 other locations around the state that then fall into this bucket of places that have a DMV, State Public Assistance Office. So what you're seeing here is a logistical reality in terms of how you would meet the requirement for production of your documents. The Save America Act doesn't change the federal law that mandates that states designate public assistance and disability offices as what they're calling voter registration agencies. And that might extend for voter registration beyond, again, these 6 election regional offices. But the law's not consistently enforced, so that's an issue here. So for instance, down here in Southeast, in an unstarred area, the Sitka office is an area where public assistance is provided for, but that office is currently limited to what they call general inquiries only. So if that changes, it's unlikely to be feasible that you could actually present your documentations there. In addition, none of these offices are equipped to handle in-person voter registration that the SAVE Act could force upon them. And again, you're talking about the need for additional resources. Most of these offices or places are where you have 1 or 2 folks, oftentimes with limited hours. And quite honestly, they're trying to get out SNAP benefits, LIHEAP benefits, and now you're going to task them with not only registering somebody to vote, but now it is this confirmation of official documents that again, you've got a new private right of action and criminal penalties that could be imposed if you're not doing this right. So states can also continue to designate other government, other non-government offices as voter registration offices. But if any of these, but only, so you've got to agree to do that. And again, you've got resource challenges, okay, but this issue that then comes with this new private right of action to a low-level employee who may be working in a one-person office handling state public assistance, it's a concern that you have the ability to not only put an additional requirement to them, an additional responsibility that comes with certain liability, and also the state's looking to how are we training these folks, or are we going to hire new folks to help facilitate at any of these agencies. So I show you the stars. In most other states, you'd be looking at how all these stars connect through a road. These three here are connected by a road. This one connects to this one by a road. That's it. That's it. So I've got 83% of Alaska's communities. This is 20% of our total population. So again, you know, there's not a lot of people out here, but you know what? These folks have been here for a long time. Many of them indigenous people in native villages that have been there for generations, millennia, they say. So getting to the practical realities of forcing Alaskans to present documentation in order to vote, and the requirement that you have to present in one of 6 regional locations, possibly another location in the state. This is not only.
Okay, here is the data. Hello? Here's the data. So you can see that basically you've got percent of total registered on the x-axis, and then the percent of turnout that is mail-in on the y-axis. And you can just see right here. Yeah, this is exactly what we thought it would be. I don't know. I don't have much else to say about that. Like, there were counties in Wisconsin where there were more votes cast than voters on the voter rolls. Right? Like, what do we... can I sort by this row? Sort by column F. There we go. No state. I mean, look at this. Like, why do we have 98, 99%? No, you're good. Your column labels are fine. I got it. Why do we have why is this how, like, what is going on that 99% of votes are cast by mail? What is happening? That is ridiculous. Of course that should not be allowed. Like, Washington and Oregon are going red. You know what? And this is a theory I'm coming up with right now. How many people in Alaska are, like, super uninformed, off the grid kind of natives who don't have documentation, who are voting? And they're voting for Murkowski. Like, if this passes, does Murkowski must have the data? Yeah. To Lisa Murkowski's credit, she's making an incredible case for why Alaska might need mail-in voting. And they need it more than anyone else. And they have 14%. Look at this, guys. This is Alaska, okay? This is Alaska. This is a state where if you were to put it in an inscribed rectangle, it would be the same rectangle as the rest of the lower 48. Okay? That's the size of Alaska. I don't where's true size of? Is there true is that what that website's called? True size of? True size of. Okay. Yeah. There you go. If you were to draw an inscribed rectangle for Alaska, it would be a rectangle the same size as the United States of America, okay? Alaska is humongous. Hi, Isaiah. How are you? I hope you're well. Alaska is a ridiculous landmass size, okay? They have 14% vote by mail, okay? There is no excuse for any other state to have more than this. There's no reason. If Alaska has 14% vote by mail, then 14% is the maximum amount possible that you could ever come up with a plausible excuse for. Anything over 50%, like, what are we doing in Indiana? All right? What are we doing? What are we doing? Is this number of ballots sent out or number of ballots cast? I'm wondering if this is ballots sent out. Because cast and counted. Cast and counted. I'm going to say a crazy thing. Will said, frankly, if you can't find your way to a polling location, maybe you don't deserve to vote. Bring back the literacy test. Literacy test to vote. I'm just saying, maybe there should be a literacy test to vote. Look, I'm all for the rights of stupid people. That is why. Actually, there are so many clips that are more cancelable than me saying bring back the literacy test. You guys, if that's the best you guys have got for canceling me, you guys are not watching close enough. I'm all for the rights of stupid people. That is the specific reason that I think that democracy is bad. Okay? Because it teaches stupid people, like stupid people should not be like it is a dereliction of duty for a society to allow for people that are stupid to make decisions about how to become not stupid. If you're stupid, you don't know how to not be stupid, okay? Crazy take, but if you're dumb, you don't know how to not be dumb. I know, right? Crazy take. And voting is not an absolute right, okay? Voting is not a natural right. It's not an absolute right. It's not a God-given right. There are no such things as absolute rights, all right? There are no absolute rights besides the rights of God. Everything else is a conditional right. There are conditional rights. Guys, you remember we watched like a week and a half, like 2 weeks ago. We looked at the State of the Union polling, and I was showing you that provably 20% of the population, this is in the data, 20% of the population after the State of the Union will always go, yeah, well, I thought I didn't like what that guy said, but actually I like what that guy said. And it's always right after they're told it. All they have to do is somebody on the television go, things are great. And then 20% of the population is like, oh, I guess things are great. Why do we let those people vote? It's not like I'm saying take their rights away because I hate them. I'm saying because I love them, that like it's facially obvious to anyone who actually isn't evil, who's not literally the devil, that goes like if somebody tells you that they think that if somebody tells you they think idiots should be allowed to make decisions about how to run the most complicated bureaucratic machine in the history of the country and who should get to make those decisions, they fall into one of two categories. They're literally evil, okay? And they want that power for themselves, or they're also too stupid to be voting. No, I'm sorry, Isaiah. I'm going to say this other thing. I'm going to say the next thing. Aristotle was right There is a such thing as a natural slave. And I'm not saying it's I'm not talking about chattel slavery, and I'm not talking about like race. I'm saying that Aristotle is correct that there is a subsection of humanity that is too stupid and biologically and completely incapable of ever becoming smart enough. There is a subsection of the population that is actually too dumb and they cannot get smarter. The people who can get smarter, if you do things like put a literacy test, like if you do things like, hey, you have to prove that you know how to read to go make a decision about who the president of the United States is going to be. Like if you do that, okay? You have to prove that you can read at a 8th grade level. You have to prove you can read at an 8th grade level to be allowed to have a say in who the president of the United States is. The people who can do that but aren't will learn to. The people who can't, they won't. And they won't get to make the decision anymore, and that's a good thing. Yeah, you have to write the name down. Like, what do we do? Paper ballots? Like, yeah, that's a good compromise, I guess. But what we really want is you have to write the name down legibly in cursive. If you cannot write the name of the person all the people you're voting for legibly in cursive, no. If you can't figure out how to do that, if you can't spend 40 minutes if you can't spend 40 minutes learning to write the name of the person you want to vote for in cursive before you go to the polls, if you can't figure that out, and some of you guys are like, oh, I can't write in cursive in the chat. You could figure it out, okay? I mean, like, Isaiah was there when I taught myself to write in cursive, like when I was like in my early 20s, right? I've known him for a long time. Isaiah watched me do it. It took me like a week, and I could write everything in cursive perfectly fine, okay? If you can't figure out how to do it, if you can't figure out how to write the name of the person you're voting for legibly, you are too stupid to vote. If you're not too stupid to vote, then figure out how to do it. It's not that hard. But if you can't figure out how to do it, because I love you, you cannot be allowed to make a decision on who the president of the United States is. Yeah, I could learn to say I'm voting for JD Vance in 40. If I could do it 40 languages. I could memorize I want to vote for JD Vance in 40 languages in 2 weeks if I needed to. And you're telling me we can't ask people, "Hey, make sure you can write the name down." I love stupid people, and that's why you can't let them vote. I hope our Magic Clipper boy is in the chat. John Curtis, Utah, was the person who kept Jeremy Carl from winning his position. Scott, South Carolina, has said he's not going to vote, not willing to let the filibuster be dissolved. Langford, I think, is not a problem vote on this particular thing. That is... Who is that? No one loves stupid people more than me. No one loves stupid people more than me, okay? Yeah, if this clip ever gets back to Doyle, I'm stealing your black person expert. You can be the black person expert, and I'm a stupid person expert, okay? I'm a stupid people expert. You can't let them vote because I love them. My only thought is that politicians wouldn't have any incentive to care for stupid people. Stupid people are part of the common good, right? I'm going to tell you something. Smart people will vote for things that will care for stupid people. Like people who support welfare, certain welfare stuff. Yeah. The other thing is, I'm going to tell you something. If only smart people vote, they will be incentivized themselves to not vote for the government to care for stupid people in ways that are useless, like certain welfare programs, and do it themselves through charity because they're the ones who happen to run and donate to the charities. Also, voting is gay and we shouldn't do it. Nobody should vote, okay? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. No one should vote. Voting is gay. Wow, that is crooked. That's probably good enough, right?
Morning.
Yeah, somebody clip that.
Two questions about specific pushback on the bill that include Senator Murkowski, some of her pushbacks. One is that it's effective immediately. The Real ID card, for example, was phased in ultimately over 20 years. So it's a lot of owners are putting on states to move around. The Real ID card, for example, was phased in ultimately over 20 years.
We took 20 years for Real ID? Oh my gosh! You guys, I don't know if anybody thought the thumbnail was an overreaction, but there you go. If anybody thought the thumbnail was an overreaction. I wish you guys, dude. Sometimes the chat, sometimes the guys in the Discord chat that I have one of the Discord chats up open when I stream in case somebody wants to like tell me something or finds a source on something I'm talking about. Because I've got the best. I've got the best guys around. Honestly, frankly, the best. I've got the best. Frankly, the best viewers around. I changed my keyframing and it's still wrong. I don't know what to do. I fixed it. Got frankly the best guys. And sometimes they send me the craziest thing.
So it's a lot of owners are putting on states to move around very quickly. And then the other is about rural areas, and the question of there's some kind of murkiness, I think, in the way this is written as to whether people would have to travel for proof of citizenship specifically to bring their documents, and that might be a real burden on states like Alaska.
Well, and I think you heard her talking, and that might be a question for Senator Husted to take too, as a former Secretary of State. But as the bill was being drafted, the attempt was to contemplate all the different scenarios that might play out in different states around the country, because states do have different laws and obviously have different geography. But I think
do you guys want to see something crazy?
In the end,
you want to see something crazy? Do you guys remember this really famous hearing? This is a really old hearing. You would have to be a very old head. By the way, chat. Anybody who challenges me on how much I know, how like my politics, the fact that like I pulled this hearing out, like I want to put some respect on my name, okay? All right. Senator Orrin Hatch, okay, asks the craziest, dumbest question of Zuckerberg in this hearing. Look at that. Do you know who that is right there? That's John Thune. I noticed that this week. I was pulling that hearing for work. But yeah, that's John Thune. Crazy, right?
The language that was agreed upon and adopted, I think, addressed most of those concerns. And if there are other
there are a lot. Dude, I wish I could. I need a plugin that pulls chats up on screen. Dude, I need a plugin that pulls chats up on screen. I need a plugin that pulls chat up on screen, because the thing Will just said is hilarious. There are a lot of Senate ball knowers, and the entire Senate is gay.
Concerns out there. Obviously, there are conversations going on with Senator Murkowski. You mentioned Alaska. Alaska has some unique circumstances which we're trying to make sure are addressed. But
don't address them. Exception makes bad law. Do you want to know why every law in the United States for the last 30 years has sucked balls? Because we keep going, let us work all the exceptions in. And then the exceptions make the law useless. Don't. It's not complicated. Exception makes bad law.
there isn't any reason.
Oh, this is Shelley Moore Capito. That's who this is. It just hit me. This is Shelley Moore Capito. She is West Virginia. She is opposing the bill as well, or opposing using the filibuster as well. So
why any of those would get in the way of adopting a photo ID. I mean, you're talking about other issues with regard to registration. There's some questions about mail-in ballots. But when it comes to photo ID, that is a straightforward issue. And that ought to be an up and down vote that every Republican and Democrat in the United States Senate can cast that reflects an overwhelming majority of where their constituents are. And I don't know, anything you want to add to that, John?
I would just say that 36 states already do photo ID and some form of identification.
I don't know if you guys know this. This is this is not rare knowledge, but it is actually. Not only does California not have photo ID, it is illegal to ask for photo ID to vote in California. It is illegal for a poll worker to ask if you have an ID to vote. I should not be king. We should make Andrew Willard Jones king.
And I listened to what Senator Murkowski said the other night, and I believe that our straightforward bill on photo ID addresses her concerns that this can easily be implemented. So I know there are a lot of issues in.
It doesn't fix anything because this is an illegal alien with a driver's license who's killing Americans. Photo ID doesn't fix anything unless you attach the citizenship requirement. They know that. Photo ID fixes nothing unless you attach a citizenship requirement. Because you want to talk about this New York one? Okay. How about here's another one. Here's a star. He's got fucking real ID. And he's killing Americans. This guy's killing American citizens. He's got real ID, photo ID. The Senate leadership knows that photo ID fixes nothing. They know the only thing that fixes this is proof of citizenship, and they don't care because they hate you. Also, his name's Suck Deep. Sorry, I'm a child. Photo ID doesn't fix this problem. Photo ID doesn't fix this problem. And the Senate knows it. They know it. John Thune knows that photo ID alone doesn't fix this problem. You know why I know he knows that? Because he's putting it forward, and John Cornyn, Shelley Moore Capito, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, even the leftist idiot that a bunch of these conservative retards have decided is on our side, John Fetterman, it favors photo ID. It doesn't fix anything because they give photo ID to illegal aliens with real ID stars on them who then, because they can't speak English, kill Americans.
The Save America Act, but this particular one focused on photo ID is something that can be easily implemented, which is already being implemented around the country.
It's not. It's literally not being implemented around the country because Democrat states are passing laws to make it illegal to ask for photo ID. And also because we give photo ID with real ID stars on them to illegal aliens who kill American citizens with their incompetent driving. But what did we focus on this week on conservative Twitter? What did we focus on this week? Not the fact that we're giving real ID starred photo IDs that the Senate says is going to fix the problem. We didn't focus on that. We didn't want to talk about that. No. We had to argue over some stupid shit about foreigners. You want to fix foreigners in your country? I want to fix foreigners. I want to fix foreign influence. I care so much about foreign influence. I care so much about foreign influence. I care so much about foreign influence. Then how about you do the fucking easy thing and pass fucking SAVE Act? Or pressure the Senate instead of arguing over Mark Levin's fucking dick. You guys are idiots. I'm serious. All of these people, everyone who participated in this week and didn't have anything to say about SAVE Act or focused more on fucking Israel and Iran than the SAVE Act, all of them incompetent retards. In every single last one. And I don't care if they see this clip and tweet at me later. I'll tell you to your face. Pull up. Everyone in the country knows where I live. Steubenville, Ohio. Roll up. I'll tell you to your fucking face. You're an incompetent retard who doesn't deserve your audience because you're more focused on foreign blood feuds than the fact that we have American citizens dying due to illegals with driver's license while the Senate is lying to the American people saying that that's going to fix our voting problem. Rot in hell. All of you.
The Senate.
Why don't they want to win? Are they self-sabotaging? Because they're not. I mean, Lisa Murkowski is a Democrat. Okay? John Curtis opposed Jeremy Carl, who wrote the book on anti-white discrimination in America. Jeremy Carl literally wrote the book on anti-white discrimination in America. John Curtis opposed him because he said, hey, the Jews play the victim too much. I've got Zionist friends who agree with Jeremy Carl on that. And John Curtis opposed his nomination for that reason and killed the nomination. Pritzker this week was out on CNN, I think it was CNN, saying we should arrest ICE agents because they're breaking the law. Anybody who looked at that and said, I'm not going to force the Senate. And in 2022, they tried to break the filibuster down. They're saying they're guaranteeing you they're going to do it now. Anyone, any senator who opposes breaking the filibuster down so we can pass the Save America Act so we don't lose an election, so they don't break the filibuster down to do things like, I don't know, mutilate the genitals of children, bring in infinite Indians and infinite Mexicans to replace the white population. Every senator who opposes that is evil. You're evil. They want to lose because they're Democrats, because they don't care. Okay? All they care about is is the GDP go up. GDP go up. Our GDP's never been higher. It's like the Tower of Babel is our Tower of Babel is our freaking GDP, where we pretend that if we make more money, then everything's great and everyone's good. It doesn't matter that that children are being mutilated. It doesn't matter that we're replacing the native population because the GDP go up. The Dow is over 50,000. The attorney general's bragging about the Dow. Who cares? That's not your fucking job. If the Secretary of the Treasury, if the Secretary of the Treasury is in there, if Scott Benson's in there and they're trying to corner him on Epstein, and he's like, hey, look, I'm the Secretary of the Treasury. The Dow is up at 50,000. That's a legitimate thing to say. He's the Secretary of the Treasury. That's his job. Pam Bondi? That's not your fucking job. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Stupid cunt. That's not your job. Do your fucking job. Thune's in here. We're going to fix it with photo ID. No, you're not, and you know it. Will is pointing this out in the chat. Charlie threatened to primary Thune if he betrayed MAGA. Thune has betrayed MAGA. It's time to primary him. We can argue all we want over what did Charlie Kirk want about this? 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 You know what we know Charlie Kirk wanted? We know that Charlie Kirk wanted, if Thune betrayed Trump, which he's doing right now, he wanted him primaried. So let's do it. Fucking crash the Dow. Let's make the Dow go to zero. Let's tear these people Tower of Babel down. I'm dead serious. Crash the Dow. Dow to zero. I don't care. Crash the economy, honestly. Let's just break the economy to make people realize that there are more important things. 'Cause the economy is the economy. 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 The economy is the econo Good grief. It's obviously an exaggeration for rhetorical purposes before somebody bites my ass. Water. Okay. I'm not giving you a water cam. That's my kitchen. I don't live alone. Can I show up in Steubenville to join Project Mayhem? You took the wrong message from Fight Club. No, I took the right message from Fight Club. You were too stupid. That's not what I meant for Fight Club to say. Well, that's not what it said. You messed it up.
Debate on this election security bill called the SAVE Act is expected to continue into the weekend, even though the Republican-backed bill likely doesn't have enough votes to pass.
Requiring a photo ID to vote is just common sense. And it's not that hard.
All week.
Why is he in Fig Leaf? Why is he in Fig Leaf? He's literally doing the Fig Leaf. I'm gonna blow my shit smooth off on camera, live on the internet.
Common sense. And it's not that hard.
All week on the Senate floor, Republican senators are advocating for a bill called the Save America Act, or the SAVE Act.
Vote Aki. If you can't learn the word here to figure out where to vote, also shouldn't be allowed to vote. If you can't learn the word here in English to figure out how to vote,
how long? As long as it takes. As long as it takes to get it passed.
It would require voters to show proof of U.S. citizenship, like a passport or birth certificate.
Thank you to Mike Lee, by the way. Let's shout out Mike Lee for being good at this.
When registering to vote in federal elections, and an ID to cast a ballot.
You need a photo ID to see a doctor, stay at a hotel, start a job. It's not too much to ask to require it when you go in to vote.
Republicans say it's about protecting the...
Why did we just show that guy's actual ID? Why do we show the back of somebody's actual photo ID with the barcode visible? Why are we're doxing somebody in this shot too? Dude, what is going on? I'm just being rage baited constantly by retards who pretend that they rule me. If we're going to have a retard in charge of everything, I'd rather it be a monarch who doesn't have to pretend that he's listening to me.
The integrity of U.S. elections. But Democrats argue it could make it harder for millions of Americans to vote.
The SAVE Act says no more vote by mail, no more driver's licenses to register,
Why do you have the gas prices up? It doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about.
Registering online or on campus or at church.
And unless Republicans do away with the 60 vote Senate filibuster, they're unlikely to gain enough support to get the legislation through.
If Republicans want to waste the Senate's time debating this bill, so be it.
No Democrats support the SAVE Act, and even a few Republicans say they're not on. board. Still, this is going to be a major topic of conversation for Republicans heading into the midterm elections. In Washington, I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo.
What is with the names tonight? Caracciolo? Okay. We're going to watch part of this Doyle video.
But yeah, there's another instance of insanity coming from, this kind of person, this time surrounding the assassination attempt on President Trump that, of course, occurred in July 2024. Since the day of the assassination, leftists who were not lamenting the fact that the shooter missed, hailing Thomas Matthew Crooks as a kind of hero, they've been actually saying that the whole event was staged. Trump used ketchup. There's no wound on his ear. He was hit by glass. This idea was even promoted by FBI Director Christopher Wray at the time, and that maybe would have caused people to immediately panic. What do we think was going on? The weather was, we'll call it about the same, so it couldn't be that. Was the crowd any bigger? I don't know. And he immediately started erupting. Maybe have been, in the case of the assassination attempt for President Trump, nobody knew what was happening. Remember, you hear the video, you can hear the shots. It sound like little cracks, like kids playing with fireworks or something. Same thing with the Charlie Kirk assassination. You listen to the footage, you hear that. Were it not for the fact that, again, his neck literally exploded because a leftist shot him, people would have heard those pops and been like, what is that? People do not immediately start running around and panicking when they're unsure of what is going on. When Donald Trump was shot at, nobody knew what was going on. All they heard were a couple pops. They saw Trump still standing up, moving. They didn't see blood because by the grace of God, it hit him in the ear because he turned his head at the last second. Secret Service rushes, they protect him, but he's still standing to scram and to flee like if you threw a rock. Steve's over 7 million views, because she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She wants to engage. And of course, she limits the replies to her post, because 100,000 likes. And then, of course, she limits the replies to her post, because she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She wants the engagement, but she doesn't want people to be mean to her on the internet. Serious right-wing intellectual Sneeko also got 2 million views, 50,000 likes with a post saying, if the Trump assassination attempt was actually real, then that guy would be bringing it up every minute. You sort of actually get a glimpse into the mind of the influencer, where anything that happens to you can only be perceived in terms of how you can then use it to talk about on the internet, to get attention.
Literacy test to get access to the internet, too, actually. You know what? Unironically, Britain's TV license, kind of a good idea, except for the fact that they give it to everyone. You should have to pass a literacy test to have a TV license. Thoughts?
On the internet, aggrandize yourself, build up your platform.
If you can't read, you're too dumb to think for yourself, so you shouldn't be allowed to be programmed by a box in your house. Thoughts?
Pretend, use it to victimize yourself. The regime is coming after me, whatever. That is like...
I don't care anymore, honestly. TV license? Yep, let's do it. Internet license? Yep, let's do it. Pass a literacy test.
How these people think. The only difference is none of them have ever been shot at or had any real challenge from the regime. In fact, they're promoted precisely because they make the job of dissidents much harder, much more confusing.
Old people shouldn't be allowed to watch news. They're too vulnerable. They'll believe whatever they're told. They shouldn't be allowed to watch news. They definitely shouldn't be allowed on the internet. Why did I can't hear anything. Hello?
Use it to talk about on the internet, to get attention on the internet, aggrandize yourself, build up your platform, pretend, use it to victimize yourself. The regime is coming after me, whatever. That is like how these people think. The only difference is none of them have ever been shot at or had any real challenge from the regime.
That's actually a great point. You should never watch the news. You should only read it. W point, actually, because it requires a level of intellectual and mental engagement with what's happening that you are already critically thinking about it by necessity instead of just ingesting it like slop. I get all my news from Thursday's Twitter feed. That's true. You should only read your news and only get it from me on Twitter. And if you must watch any news footage, you should only watch my stream. I tried to get Legate to play one of my YouTube videos for his students a couple days ago. He didn't do it.
In fact,
Probably wise.
Promoted precisely because they make the job of dissidents much harder, much more confusing. Alex Rosen, who, I like Alex Rosen, but even he said, good morning. Trump was never shot at. They have zero reason to want him dead. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't even know how to address that. I don't even know what I am supposed to say in response to those words. Like, what do you mean? The purpose of all of this is just to galvanize the left. Like, you are literally handing them ammo. You are validating the most insane ideas that come out of these people. You are destroying any real opposition to these people. How do you explain this to yourself? Like, what do you think you are doing? You have to remember.
They overdosed on red pills. Okay? I don't remember if I tweeted this or not, but I was thinking this week. Did I tweet this about Gen X? I think I did tweet this about Gen X. And this explains why the millennials and the Gen X influencers have gone so off the rails too, actually. Did I tweet this shit twice? Oh no, I reposted it. Oh, I didn't post it. It must be in my drafts. Look, the millennials and the Gen Xers got their hands on a couple red pills that Zoomers my age, the Gen Z, the Zoomer boys, have known for a decade. All right, we've known about this stuff for a decade. They got their hands on a couple of red pills that we've known for a decade and immediately destroyed the country. Immediately destroyed the entire conservative movement. They're I'm sorry, but the fact that there's an entire generation of men who have known all of this for a decade, and you guys didn't even know we knew it. That's how well we handled knowing it. And you guys destroyed the entire conservative movement in 6 months after figuring it out. I think you guys are all dumb. I think you guys are all stupid. I'm sorry. Maybe not all. Not all. On average, I think Gen X and millennials are stupider than Gen Z. I don't care what the science says. I don't believe in science. I don't care what the data says. I don't believe in data. All right? I have known all of the things that the Gen X and millennial influencers are freaking out about for a decade, and 90% of the people in my life didn't even know I knew them. I've been in groups of men my age who, when I was 17, I'm 27 now. I was 17. We all knew this stuff. We were all 17. We graduated high school. We got through just fine. A bunch of us got college degrees. I didn't, but that's a separate thing. We all functioned fine. None of y'all even knew we knew that stuff. Not a single one. And you figure it out, and 6 months later, the conservative movement doesn't work anymore? I'm sorry. On average, you're too dumb. You can't handle it. You don't have theories of mind. You don't have a theory of mind of other people. You don't know how to handle adversity. You gotta get it together, okay? All right? We're playing to a standard, all right? Don't make me do Kurt Signetti on you guys. We're playing to a standard, all right? I was 17. I figured this stuff out pretty deeply in college. Dude, the stuff I figured out in college, just screwing around on the internet, that Isaiah, yeah, he's saying it in the chat, that Isaiah and his older brother and I had to figure out on our own. A group of guys we were 18, 21, and 23. That was 6 years ago. We figured that out 6 years ago. The stuff we had to figure out on our own, we figured it all out. Handled it all. Worked it into our lives. Moved on. Became functioning members of society. Did great things. They're both married. I'm not. Once again, separate problems. Because I'm stupid and I'm weird. All right? We don't need to get into that. We didn't destroy our lives. But millennials and Gen Xers figure this stuff out and their lives are in shambles, and the entire conservative movement along with them 6 months later. I'm sorry, on average, you're retarded. We witnessed unspeakable horrors and went, meh, okay, that's how the world works. God might have bigger plans for you, brother. I know. The single thing is a joke. The single thing is a joke. I'm just doing a bit. I'm doing a bit. Let me do a bit. Let me do my bit, okay? Let me do my bit. Silence, kid. The lore I have and the things I know will shatter you. Literally this, but two people older than me. Silence. Silence. The lore I have, the things I know will shatter you. But to older people.
The relationship that the right has always had with, conspiracy content was coming from a fact that we recognize that the elites, the ruling class,
the lore keeper should still be a prestigious position, and I want it. All right. This is, you know what? Here's the thing. This is me declaring my I'm filing campaign paperwork to be the lore keeper. To be the lore keeper of the right. Okay. I'm filing my campaign. You know what? Thursday, 2026 for Thursday for America. I'm running for lore keeper of the conservative right. I know all the things. I've read more than most of you. I've read more weird things than most of you. Buddy, y'all you think these are back here for, you think I've got like weird books on Nixon back here for decoration? Nah, bitch, I read these. Okay? I got a couple books on Robert Bork sitting in the other room that I read a couple times a week. Well, I'm not going to declare myself lore keeper. It has to be somebody smarter than me. All right. I'm the scheming vizier phenotype and also personality type. Vizier. I'm the scheming vizier. Okay. If somebody declares me lore keeper, I will take, Richard the Third. By the way, oh my gosh. Can we do a total aside? There is a version of Richard the Third with Ian McKellen, and it rocks. It's so good. I watched it a couple weeks ago with some friends. This movie's so good. It's the original script, but they set it in like 1930s England. And Richard III is like played by Ian McKellen, and he's a fascist. And so it's like the whole plot is just the plot of Richard III, but the set design and everything is England, and it's England slowly becoming fascist because Richard III slowly gains more power. This movie rocks. It's so good. There's this scene in Richard III where he and his buddies like fake this like, oh, I'm so meek and so kind and just smooth, and then gets everyone to be like, no, you have to be king, please. And he's like, oh, I don't want to. No, please don't make me be king. Don't let me be king. Don't make me be king. No. No. And then he's like, oh, I guess I'll be king if you insist. That's how I want to become lore keeper. Me and my buddies scheming to become. You took the wrong message from Richard III. Media literacy. You took the wrong message from Richard III. Spoilers for Shakespeare, by the way. Dude, Richard III is so good. If you that movie too, can I? Oh, I wonder if I can find the. Okay. This is actually really good. Like this ending is largely really good. I'm gonna pause it at one point, and you guys are gonna be like, "Wow, that's actually pretty good," and then it's gonna take a hard left turn. If Vance wins in 28 and becomes the new face of MAGA, how do you think he'll handle the retarded GOP senators? Do you think he has a plan for that? I don't think he has a plan for it necessarily. Like, I don't think he's like, this is the things we'll do. I don't think that's how that works. I also don't think that a lot of people in politics do that, like have hard plans like that, because it just doesn't work. I think you need general strategic principles for dealing with them. And I also think that he is, I think he would pick a vice president who would become president of the Senate in a way that would function better. This is such a good movie. Is this going to get copyrighted? Crap. Yeah, it might. Hold on. Here you go. I'll just play this.
Then hand in hand to hell.
That smile to camera is perfect. They should have cut right there, right? They should have cut right there. They should have cut it right there. But no, look at what happens next. Look at this. The smile is perfect. Then hand in hand to hell cuts to Henry the Seventh. That's Henry the Seventh, by the way. And it should cut right there. Look at what happened. But look at this. Why? You ruined it. Why did you do that? Why did you do this? Don't do this. It ruins it. It was such a great ending. Cut it right there. Cut to black. Anyway, 1995 Richard III with Ian McKellen. Excellent movie. You should all watch it. 10 out of 10 recommend.
We had this like anti-elite sentiment because the elite, the ruling class, were bad. We could believe anything about them. We could believe that they had inscribed on tablets in Georgia all of these evil plans and intentions for the world because they are evil. They are doing things that are wrong. They are not aligned with our interests. Therefore, sky's the limit. We could believe pretty much anything about them, and we would give ourselves permission to do so basically because we believed that they were like evil. They were bad. But now with Donald Trump, a lot of the support, and by the way, this is a very online phenomenon. Like, you're not really seeing this in real life, which is one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to give any attention to it, because it is extremely online. But I, too, am extremely online, and this annoys me, and so I kind of have to get into it. A lot of the support online for Donald Trump was because they viewed him, and we viewed him, to be a kind of continuation of that anti-elite sentiment. You know, people thought that Donald Trump was a populist in that sense. Now, this is one of the most profound things Trump ever said. You're going to get tired of winning. Now people view Trump to have been absorbed into that establishment. People's perception of him, because he is in the Oval Office again, because he's conquered all of this, because of everything, they now perceive him to just be absorbed into that. And so
this is 10 out of 10 analysis. The reason people are freaking out is because they cannot fathom that we can win. They're actually tired of winning.
Anti-elite sentiment is kind of continued, but it's imperceptible to them that anything within that ruling class, anything that it does, has actually changed. And so because of that, the problem is literally that we won and that we are winning. Victory is supposed to be boring by nature. It's not triumphant. It's not supposed to be like a freaking Marvel movie. You can win a battle, have it be triumphant, but ultimately, if you're talking about a political struggle, something like that, that is going to be very boring, and it's probably supposed to be. And so, you know, if you remember with this stuff from 10 years ago, the conspiracies were bad, and you would have like very well-funded studies done on this kind of content. They would construct, you know, the pyramid with all these different layers of theories and the alt-right pipeline, and that was what it was.
You don't gotta. Have you heard of the alt-right pipeline? Of course I know him. He's me.
Was a pipeline, and the pipeline was bad because where did it take people? Where did you exit? It was bad because it was thought that that when you indulge in this kind of conspiracy content, it leads you in a particular direction politically, which is supporting Donald Trump. That is bad. And so therefore, we must associate Donald Trump with all of these things that really he has nothing to do with, because it can be used to, dissuade social media companies from allowing this kind of content on their platforms. Now, the pipeline actually says where that gets people. If you go down that water slide, no longer are you going to exit at supporting Donald Trump. Now you go down that water slide and it says, don't vote at all. Disengage. Wait for something to happen. Try to kill Donald Trump. Celebrate when patriots are killed. That is where you're getting off now. So that's the question. Why did they open the water slide back up? Is it because
Why did they open it back up? There you go.
they suddenly care about truth? Is it because they care about making money on social media? They were making tons of money already. They don't have to worry. In fact, maybe even making more money because advertisers were, a little bit more comfortable when this kind of stuff was being censored. Now it's everywhere. Companies don't necessarily want to associate.
I think that is a you problem, Mysterion. I think he just looks normal and you're not used to people because I'm going to say something really that sounds really cringe, but you have to hear it for the principle, not for the tenor, the timbre of it. But the right is largely the right is kind of like punk in a way where we don't look normal. Our guys aren't normal anymore, right? We've got Elon who's weird and off-putting. We've got we've got the Secretary of War who's covered in tattoos and drinks, in bars and stuff, and we've got the you got guys like me who are reactionaries but dress like weird hipsters with floral jackets made of couch material and wife beaters, and you've got all this weird this we look odd, right? But we have a very distinctive countercultural styling, and John puts himself together intentionally in a way that is very normal and just a normal guy, right? He's just wearing an analog watch and a polo, and he's growing the beard that's in style right now. He just wears very classical glasses. That's the kind of he's just dressed like a normal guy. And that's just not something we're used to seeing. It's something we're used to seeing in liberal elites, I guess, in kind of a weird way.
With it. So why is this all happening now? Why are people doing this? Why are people indulging in this content? Why is it allowed now when it didn't used to be? And in terms of how this manifests on the right, I think the explanation is very simple. I think that you people are just cowards. I think that's all this is, really. And that's not even, by the way, that's not a conscious choice. I'm not saying you are choosing to be you're not like the guy, going up the stairwell in Saving Private Ryan, where, you've got all the ammo, you've got your rifle, and you hear the fight. You're on the precipice of the fight and you're scared. You're conflicted. You're not sure what to do. You have an idea of what you should do, but you're scared. Ultimately, you don't have it in you and you feel bad about that. I'm not saying that. It's more like you're just like a rabbit. You are just designed to just get the fuck out when you smell any kind of conflict. The rabbit does not perceive anything else. The rabbit is not creeping up the stairwell having some kind of internal struggle about what he's supposed to do. It does not even have the capacity to do that. That is what.
There you go. So that's great. That's a good that's the good stuff. John gets this right, of course, as always. Anyway. Here you go. Okay. So this is from the Mark Wayne Mullen hearing. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma is up to be Secretary of Homeland Security. And this is the chair, Lindsey Graham. Nope. This is the chair, Rand Paul. Same guy. Oh, it's so much worse than the federal deficit. It's so much worse than the federal deficit. It's so much more cringe. questioning him. So we're going to watch that. Of course, you've got Fatso McSlob over here and his cart heart. And this is Rand Paul. There's James Langsford. There's my senator, Bernie Moreno. This is... Shoot, I know her name. Crap. I'll think of it. It'll come to me.
The nominee, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee?
All right. So Rand Paul does not like Markwayne Mullin. Like, it's personal. It's like a personal problem. Like, they personally hate They actually have like beef, like 90s NBA beef. Like, Rand Paul and Markwayne Mullin have 90s NBA beef. Okay. Look at the look that Rand Paul gives Markwayne Mullin right off the bat. I mean, immediately. Look at this look.
Nominee, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you see this? Oh my gosh. Bro, that is hate. That's like, dude, that's like Raiders Steelers 19, when was the Raiders Steelers rivalry? 80s?
Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yeah, what's about to happen here is like the reason that we lose and the left doesn't, because the left doesn't do this stuff in public.
Senator Mullin, you are recognized for your opening statement.
I think before I can start my opening statement, I have to address the remarks that the chairman made, calling me a liar. Sir, I think everybody in this room knows that I'm very blunt and direct to the point, and if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to your face. If you recall, back in my House days,
I freaking love Markwayne Mullin for this. He's just like, I hate you. You called me a liar? Screw you.
Actually did have this conversation because of the remarks that I've made. You were in a room. I simply addressed that I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having.
So what is being addressed here? Story time, kids. You guys, if you're, let me let the lore keeper give you some, let me drop you some lore that's going to blow your mind. This is going to blow your minds. So in 2018, Lindsey Graham was hospitalized because his neighbor tackled him from behind. Or Rand Paul, sorry. I keep getting them mixed up. Rand Paul was hospitalized because his neighbor tackled him from behind in like a fight. And it was over a land dispute. And what it looks like is Rand Paul was putting his burn pile on the front lawn, kind of close to the neighbor's property line, and refusing to move it for literally no good reason. And they got in a fight over it. It had been ongoing, and then he did it again. And the neighbor got so mad that he just wiped Rand Paul out. He just, boom, gave him the old Ray Lewis. And at the time, Congressman Markwayne Mullin said that he could understand why they didn't get along even then. And he really didn't like him. And Markwayne Mullin was like, yeah, Markwayne Mullin was like, yeah, you're kind of a dick. I can understand why somebody would do that. And he's never apologized for it or walked it back. And Rand Paul still hates him for it. It's hilarious. Except for the fact that it's now like bleeding into the public. But yeah, no, Markwayne Mullin just was like, I understand why somebody would do that to you.
I can understand why the neighbor did what he did. As far as my terms of the snake in the grass, sir, I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us. I did address those remarks. I did explain your gimmicks by the amendment you put forth. And as far as me saying that I invoke violence, I don't. I don't think anybody should be hit by surprise. I don't like that. But if I do have something to say, everybody in this room knows I'll come straight to you. I'll say it publicly and I'll say it privately, but I'll never say it behind your back. So for you to say, I'm a liar, sir, that's not accurate. And I got proof to say that because you have spent millions of dollars in my campaigns against me because we just don't get along. However, sir, that doesn't keep me at all from doing my job. I can have different opinions with everybody in this room, but as
That's
Secretary
exactly
of
right,
Homeland,
Mr. Urion.
I'll be protecting everybody, including Kentucky, as much as I will my own backyard in Oklahoma. It's bigger than the partisan bickering that we have. It's bigger than the political differences we have. The truth is, I have a job.
Nobody should get tackled from behind, even if they did put their burn pile on someone else's property. But I could see why you might. That's what he's doing. He's like, look, you should get tackled from behind for that. Yeah, like, it's not beating people up. But I can see why it might happen, though. Like, and he's the reason I find this so funny is because Markwayne Mullin is coming to the objectively most normal, like 90% of American men who own property or own a home are like, look, you shouldn't be doing violence, but also like, I could see why you did that. And Rand Paul cannot handle that Markwayne Mullin is a normal guy who's like, I get it.
Job to do. And I don't like to fail at anything at all. So I can set it aside if you're willing to set it aside. Let me earn your respect. Let me earn the job. I won't fail you. I won't back down from a challenge. And I'll also admit when I'm wrong. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. I make mistakes just like anybody else. But mistakes, if you own them, you can learn from them and you can move ahead. And I'll make that commitment to you. Ranking Member Peters, Chairman Paul, I do thank you for this opportunity. It is a humbling experience. A kid from Westville, Oklahoma, that grew up with a dad that worked hard. He set the work example for all of us. And all my families, and my siblings, we all work hard. And I'm proud of the family we have. But to say that a kid with a bad speech impediment would one day sit up here in front of you and be nominated to be the Secretary of Homeland, it was humbling enough to be selected by Oklahoma to be their U.S. representative when I didn't even know how to tie a tie. And 10 years later, to be able to be called a United States Senator and serve with all you guys.
Normal guy alert. Normal guy. My dad worked hard to make sure his burn pile was on his own property. So true. Normal guy alert, though. Hello? Normal guy alert? Dude, here's the thing, though. Like, I don't buy Rand Paul's story. Because I've lived in the country, right? Like, I grew up kind of in the country. You and 2 or 3... in Kentucky's not that far from Indiana, right? It's not that different. You're telling me that you and 2 or 3 of your neighbors don't have the same burn pile that you all contribute to so you can have a cool fire? What's going on there? What's going on there? I lived in a place where we lived on like an acre, but it was like right next to other people. You know, all the houses were right next to each other. You know, a little more far apart than a neighborhood, but they were like on an acre each, you know, mostly long ways, like an acre back. And everybody, you know, all the houses were kind of right next to each other. Yeah, you share the burn pile. You should, you share the burn pile, right? What? Am I crazy? We always shared the burn pile so you could have a cool fire. What are we doing? Rand Paul's lying about something, okay? He had something else in the burn pile. Communal fireworks trash can? Exactly. Legate gets it, okay?
And I respect every one of you guys. I do, regardless if I have an opinion about you or not. You were elected by your state, and I respect that. I may disagree with you, but I respect it because we all make decisions based on two things: the way you're raised.
Rand Paul was hitting on his neighbor. That's what it was. I bet you that's what it was. I bet Rand Paul was making sexual advances on his neighbor. And so his neighbor was like, you can't be a part of the communal burn pile. And look, if there was a locker around, Rand Paul probably just would have gotten shoved in the locker, but there wasn't a locker around, so he got tackled. That's not the neighbor's fault. I get it. You shouldn't get tackled from behind. That's such a great sense. No, look, nobody should get tackled from behind.
Which never changes, and our life experiences with constantly change. For me, to be able to have the love of my life behind me, somebody I literally fell in love with in 3rd grade.
Yo, he's a normal guy? He's a normal guy?
I knew I was going to marry her in 8th grade. She didn't know that yet. We had to work through that process. But at 18 years old, and I was 19, she agreed to marry me.
Super cool guy? Yo, can we make this guy, like, honestly, this is, by the way, this week, you remember a couple weeks ago when I said, did I not say a couple weeks ago that Markwayne Mullin should be? I said it a couple weeks ago. I'm going to pull it up right now. I said it a couple weeks ago that Markwayne Mullin should be the, was it this stream? Was it last week? When did we make the... No, it was the week before that. I said it. I was like, Markwayne Mullin should be the VP pick. I guarantee you I said it. That might be white guy. White guy. I know you would, Catnat. I know you. I don't. No. It's gonna be Vance, and his VP is gonna be. Phone in my. No, he doesn't want to be Vance. If he'll tell it you, Terry, Secretary, he knows. That's any. Let me open Grok. X8. Grok. It's gonna be a. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be a dark horse. Will James Tallarico run for the... I'm going to win the Democrat nomination. Guy. White guy. For sure, white guy. Lowest chance in hell. Here. I know I said it. I stick. Carl has a... Well, lose. You want... Oh, Pete Buttigieg. It's a joke, yeah. I know it's a joke, yeah. Oh. Could be. Relationist. Even or not. Senate Foreign Relations. All right, I will say this. This is the best. Wow. How's Dave McCormick? Scorecard. Going on. Him to finish not scoring. Now, Mike Lee. What's that? This was the other review. Action? Did I say Mike Lee, not Mark Wayne Mullen? Dang. Election. Mike. Betting. I said
Vance.
Mike Lee, not Mark Wayne Mullen. Kath, now you might not like this. Wife, honorable guy, 2028. Yeah, I'm gonna. Vance, of the people who are going to run, are not questions. The isn't the old. It's clear. I thought I said Mark Wayne Mullen. Damn it. Himself, but I think you're. I thought I said it. This that he's yeah. I'm gonna say and then pop a little bit. No, you sure? In the not one. Actually, for cancel culture, like oh I don't call ball first. Electra it and because gonna Thomas Massey is good on. Is that Massey? Damn it! I never said it. Because telling you that or during his. I didn't say it. Oh my gosh. I had in my head that I said that. No. James Langford, Mark Wayne Mullen, Dave McCormick, Lindsey Graham. Oh, wait. It might not be Rand Paul. It might be Lindsey Graham. This is. Dang it. I had in my head that I said it, but I didn't. Oh, well. Oh, well. I was wrong.
I didn't have anything.
I was wrong 2 weeks ago, but I am calling my shot right now. I'm calling my shot right now. Vance Mullen 2028 will be the Republican ticket. I'm calling my shot.
I was on a wrestling scholarship.
Can you somebody clip that? I'm calling my shot right now. 2028 Republican ticket, Vance Mullen. I'm calling it. Calling my shot right now. It'll be Vance Mullen. And if I had to put money on a Democrat ticket right now, I would say Newsom Cortez. It'll be Newsom, AOC versus Vance Mullen, 2028. I'm calling the shot. I'm calling the shot. I'm going to text Frad right now, actually, because last time I called my shot and told Frad I was right, and he was shocked. I'm calling my shot right now. The Cortez Mullen debate will be phenomenal.
Living in a dorm, she was cheering at Northeastern State University. I think she fell in love with my truck, because my truck was pretty cool. But the truth is,
I want to see the truck. Let me see the truck. Let me see the truck. Let me see the truck, dude. All right. Well, I got bad news for you, Mark. Your wife's in love with that truck. All right. I mean, damn. Okay. Game recognized game, dude.
we didn't know what we didn't know, but we did know we loved each other. And I haven't been perfect. I apologize to her quite often and send her flowers all the time. But I still am humbled by the fact that we've got to enjoy this walk together. We've had God on our side and her right beside me. And to our 6 children who's been on this adventure with me.
6 kids? I love this guy. Yes. This guy rocks. B minus. Oh no, that's a little low. What'd you miss on, Mark? Okay, voted for. Okay. The CR. A lot of people messed up on that. That just didn't pass. FISA. I mean, these are not crazy misses. Yeah, it's not bad. Those aren't crazy misses.
We have a saying in our family, you're never going to change anything you're willing to tolerate. That's how we live our life, and that's how we move forward. And regardless of what's in.
You got to admit that this guy was pretty clownish about his classified mission or whatever. He was not. He was not. In fact, Rand Paul was the clownish one. If you have questions about a classified mission, and everybody knows this, and the Democrats agree on every time a Democrat has this, anytime a Democrat has a similar situation, they're like, I'm happy to answer that in the SCIF. SCIF, for those of you who don't know, is the abbreviation for what is, I don't remember. I don't know what SCIF stands for. SCIF is Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. So it's a room in the Senate and House building where they testify on classified information. And there are certain security protocols that you have to do to get in. You have to have certain clearance to be in the room, yada, yada, yada. And the reason... So Democrats, whenever they have SCIF stuff, they never pressure Democrats on it. Rand Paul's just teaming up with the Democrats to make him look dumb. Bro, I'm a veteran. There's always unclassified couple of words you can use to get across in the open environment. If nothing else, you need unclassified words for your performance reviews. I'm not convinced I'm not convinced that Mark Wayne Mullen's undercover classified work was military. Mark Wayne Mullen strikes me as the type that might have been it. I mean, I'm looking at this is Merc physiognomy, dude. Mark Wayne Mullen has Merc physiognomy, okay? Like Mark Wayne Mullen has CIA hired Merc physiognomy. And if nothing else, in a high pressure situation, I think Markwayne Mullin has both. In a high pressure situation where he knows that the Democrats are going to try to press charges on anything and everything they can, if he says anything that's even remotely questionable about like if he were to say something that is technically unclassified but could be construed as classified information, he has to know, and he's correct to think this, that in this situation, if the next time the Democrats win, they would use that against him, or if he misspoke or said anything to try to cover anything up in any way, they would press it. They would probably try to get him on perjury. So I think he's doing the right thing by playing it extra safe and being like, look, it was classified. I am happy to talk about that. I'm just not going to talk about it on camera in this high pressure hearing in front of and whether or not you believe it, whether or not you agree with Rand Paul, and I don't think anybody in this chat likes him, but in front of what is obviously a hostile committee chair who's going to try to catch me on stuff to hold up my nomination. I think it's wise. I think it's wise to I think it's really wise to say just categorically, no, I would be happy to talk about that in the skiff.
In front of us, we always take it on as a family. And I'm not scared of a challenge. I am scared of failure. And so I will work hard each day. I'll work hard to make the...
Also, I want to point something out. After the Kristi Noem debacle, where Trump just picked a governor who generally was good on a lot of things to lead Homeland, and it just but she had really no law enforcement experience, and just it turned into like an administrative position where she was doing the same thing she was doing as governor and whatever, all that stuff, those problems. And Markwayne Mullin just doesn't have that kind of... Look, it seems odd to me that Markwayne Mullin doesn't have law enforcement experience ostensibly, I think that I'm not going to play the reverse conspiracy theory game, but like the fact that he has classified operations under his belt that he is just like so scared to talk about openly, and he's the Homeland nom, makes me think that those classified operations were something crazy. Like, I don't know what else to take from that.
280,000 employees at DHS with the 22 agencies that's underneath me, proud. I'll show them somebody that no one will outwork. I'll work beside them every single day to not just secure a homeland, to bring peace of mind and confidence to the agency. My goal in 6 months is that we're not in the lead story every single day. My goal is for people to understand we're out there, we're protecting them, and we're working with them. My goal is to make every one of you guys proud. My goal for those that don't support me, regret not supporting me. But we have to get DHS funded. We have to. My friends, we have to set the partisan side down. And we have to realize that we're putting our homeland and the peace of mind at risk for the American people. Sometimes it's political theater, sometimes it's true differences. But what we do know is that we're playing with fire.
Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, I'll just pull the Mullin.
And I just want to wrap up here.
How many Americans have passports? You don't have to have a passport. If you have your birth certificate, Real ID works. If you have Real ID is proof of citizenship. That's why I freaked out about it earlier, because you're supposed to have to present a birth certificate for that. Real ID will count as photo ID because you have to present a birth certificate for it.
Here, questions that we have related to your bio, and the biography is important. And it's important that we fully understand how you're presenting yourself, and if there are any ambiguities, we want to work that out. On March 11th, I sent you a letter asking for information about any activity related to any special assignment, which you talked about here today, that you have been involved in. There was no exception for official travel or any of that. We just asked any of these special assignments that you have talked about. You responded to the committee in that letter by saying my voluntary work included special assignments outside of DOD, was that I offered support and mentorship from a Christian perspective to both.
I'm sorry. While this guy is talking, I've got the New York Times article up here about like what Mullen said in this hearing. This sounds like DIA to me. I know everybody's like, well, it's not CIA because he didn't say any of the CIA hot words. This sounds like either like real deep CIA or DIA. This sounds like DIA. Defense Intelligence Agency. Yes, it is CIA too. It is scarier. It is. Look, everything that the movies talk about the CIA doing, they might do, but the DIA definitely does. That is did I not type the right thing in? Hold on, I'm pulling the article up so I can show you guys what he said that I was like, that sounds like intelligence, but it's not CIA. Right here. Mr. Peters asked Mr. Mullen if Mr. Mullen had ever been involved as an employee, contractor, volunteer for the Defense or State Departments or any other U.S. agency, a common agency used for the CIA. Mr. Mullen replied no, but he believed he could clear up a misunderstanding. He then said he had gone on a classified trip in 2016 after receiving specialized training the previous year. He described the trip not as a mission, but rather as an official travel with specific deals or fact-finding, just like any official travel is they wanted clarification on. He did not say who they were and what facts needed help clarified. It was to Jordan, by the way. It was to Jordan. States $15,000 to fly to Jordan. Jordan is not a war zone, but is a helicopter ride from southern Syria. Being rescued in the Jordanian king's helicopter. I don't know what he was doing, but he was in Congress at the time too. Okay, this is insane. This is crazy stuff. I mean, like, what? I guess maybe not. I guess he couldn't have said no because he would purge himself. He wouldn't have purged himself. So it's not Defense Intelligence because that would be an U.S. agency. What was he sent to do? The next day when Mullen clarified, I did special assignments outside of the DOD, now Department of War. I never wore the uniform or the flag on my shoulder. I've been in the same area, but two totally guys that signed the contract was I got to work alongside those guys. They are phenomenal. What is this? I've been in the same area, but two totally. So some DOD sounds like some DOD. He was in Jordan with some DOD contractors working alongside them. What? Yeah, Rockefeller with Saddam. It could be that, honestly. There could have been something in Syria that needed negotiated by an official, by a U.S. official, but the only way to send somebody in was it was such a hot zone that the person being sent in also needed training, and so Mullen had to get training to go in, which would explain why he got SEAR, SEAR, SER training, SEER training, survival, evasion, resistance, escape. Which I know somebody in the chat, SERE training. I know Nick was saying that all Air Force guys do that, but the fact that he did it as a sitting congressman when he wasn't a veteran is crazy. Like, that is really weird. That would, like, that's never happened before. I mean, maybe it's happened before, but it's like so rare. Like, that is crazy, right? In 2015, I was asked to train with a very small contingency to go to a certain area, which was scheduled for 2016. During that time, I was asked to go through, had to meet certain training qualifications. I had to go SEER training. The training and stuff kind of fun. The SEER training was absolutely awful. The military created SEER after the Korean War when airmen who've been shot down behind enemy line. Yeah. Bro, this guy went to Syria to negotiate something as an elected U.S. official alongside some DOD contractors. That's what happened here. This guy, as a sitting congressman, was asked to go do negotiations or do some type of, like, serious talks on behalf of the United States with DOD contractors. I know, Nick, I know you're saying that every airman has to do this. It's not, dude, it's not that it's government work. It's that it's a sitting congressman who's not being sworn into the military being asked to do evasion, resistance, escape. And then being sent somewhere with DOD contractors. That is whatever is happening there without, like, any other administration officials. That's crazy. He had to be rescued by the King of Jordan's helicopter. This is an actual action movie. There were only 4 people read in. Yeah, dude, something weird's going on. What the heck? That's crazy. Also, 2016, you think Trump, but that was the 2016 election. That was Obama. That was Obama, by the way. The Democrat the Democrat DOD, okay? The Democrat DOD had a sitting Republican congressman do SEER and then sent him off with 2 DOD contractors to the south of Jordan, probably to go to Syria during the Civil War. And only one other individual was read in on the operation. Barack Obama had a sitting Republican congressman do military training without being sworn into the military, send him off with DOD contractors, and only one other person was read in. Something that's crazy. He should never have talked about this on podcast. Whatever this is crazy. Do you think any sitting Dems at the time could have completed SEER? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. That would be the 2014 Congress, because of the 2016 election. So it's the 113th U.S. Congress. John Boner. I forgot about John Boner. I mean, it doesn't look like it, right? I really doubt there's any Democrat who could have done this. Also, keep in mind, Mark Wayne Mullen is fought UFC, I think. So he's got like hand-to-hand experience. That could be why he was picked, not because there was no. He was a former MMA fighter, yeah. He fought pro MMA, so he's got hand-to-hand, like he's got martial arts training. That could be why it was picked. Seems like he's the star of his own show. Dude, I don't know. This is not something that normally happens. I know to military guys this seems like nothing, but like just from a political point of view, sending a sitting congressman somewhere where you're only reading 3 other guys in on it and you're only sending 2 contractors, that's crazy. Like, why are you sending a sitting what are you doing that you need a congressman, but to, like, where you go, but the congressman also has to have official training in case he's captured? Because SEER training is in case you're captured, okay? That's what it's for. It's in case you're captured, so you don't give up information. So he had some serious information that could not be given up if he was captured. And he was going somewhere where that was a legitimate risk. So you're in no classified document that the federal government has according to the FBI, and yet you're telling me you did all this classified work. The committee reconvened in a secure room for a closed-door session. Mullen said that he lacked the authority to provide significant detail even in that setting because he had signed a non-disclosure agreement whose terms he did not remember, according to a person close to the session. What are we doing? Like, New York Times calling him Mr. Trump. Come on. Like, this is childish. What? That's so crazy. Bro signed an NDA so tight he doesn't remember if he can talk about it in a skiff. Did Mark Wayne Mullen kill somebody for Barack Obama? That is now. Brian Williams was read in and on the helicopter too. What? What? Oh, you're doing a bit. I was like, what are you talking about? You're doing a bit. I now want to know if he killed someone for Barack Obama. No, it would have been in Syria, not Jordan. What did he do?
Afghans that supported our efforts and other personnel that served in war zones. You stated your special assignments occurred intermittently between 2006 and 11. My letter did not exclude official travel, and it also gave you explicit instructions in that letter for providing classified information, how we could do that, and do it in a way that protects that classified information. You didn't provide any of that. And today is the first time that I'm hearing about your classified activities from 2015 to 16. Quite frankly,
What is he doing? Wait, there's more? There's like 2006 to 2011. What did he do? What was this guy doing? What is he doing? What did he do? What is going on?
frankly, as we've had these conversations, you have not been forthcoming with me or this committee. The story always seems to evolve, to kind of change. And as you know, candor, honesty, transparency are absolutely critical, particularly at this time to try to build trust as the Secretary of Homeland
I mean, he did say he would ask for the terms and retestify.
and Security. So we have to clear this up. We feel pretty strongly we have to understand exactly what this is, especially with all your public comments that have raised a lot of questions. We've checked. The skiff is available. We're going to go in the, we would love to have you come to the skiff and tell us exactly what you're talking about. I think that'll put my colleagues' mind at peace. Would you be willing to go to the skiff this afternoon and tell us the classified activities you're talking about?
Sir, I think this committee made it very clear with the paperwork they gave me that I do not have to disclose my my official travel. That was part of the documents. And it went over 2 or 3 times. I complied with exactly what the committee said. And there is no statement for,
I will say another thing to the guy, to Nick and the other guy whose chat is too far up. I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. Witnesses for these kinds of committees are prepped by the White House counsel on exactly what they can say to every question. So Mark Wayne Mullen would have spent from the day he was nominated until the day this hearing was, probably 5 to 6 hours a day just sitting with members of the White House counsel's office, getting asked questions and being told what he can and cannot say, and what he can and can't and shouldn't say, and what he doesn't have to say. So what I want to point out is that if you're worried, if you're thinking he's trying to keep something that he ought to be testifying about, I would not trust the Democrat I would trust the White House counsel who nominated this guy and President Trump, who definitely does have this information because he's the president. There's no information that's too classified for the president. I would trust that they are correct on what he does and does not have to tell the committee. And the fact that they're doing this publicly means that they're not actually interested in the information. They're interested in making him look bad for not giving them information that they think they deserve, which are two very different things. Because if they just needed the information, they would call the White House counsel's office and say, hey, you prepped this guy. Is this a thing he can talk about? Because the White House counsel's office will say, no, he can't talk about this. Here's the classification types, or here's whatever the classification it's under is. We can't release it, right? He would call the DOW, the Department of War, and say, hey, what's this guy talking about? Right? And they would say, here's the information. But instead he's going to the FBI, which is an unrelated agency. That's a domestic agency, right? Like, it does not seem like this senator is actually interested in the information. It seems like what he's interested in is being like, oh, this guy's hiding something. When he does, he can figure out if whatever he thinks he wants to know. Like when somebody who is intelligent does something in the way that's inefficient in politics but does it in an inefficient but more public way that draws attention to something, but they're like, it's just like they're scoring points off of it. They're doing it to score the points, right? That's the principle. That's what I'm trying to get at. If a sitting senator or sitting congressman or any politician does something in an inefficient way, but they do it publicly and are scoring points off of it, that means they're not interested in doing the thing that they're saying they're trying to do. What they're interested in is the points. Because if they just wanted to do the thing, they could do it behind the scenes and get it done. There we go. I can't snap. There we go. I didn't think I could snap. Okay. Get it done like that, right? This just seems like
or no area for mission work and mentorship. That was a volunteer basis that I did on my own time. And it was very specific over and over again that you don't have to claim official travel.
We want to know what this supposed classified work was. We have real questions about it. I asked the FBI yesterday, I said, if someone had appeared in any classified document, any document, would that be in this report? And they said yes. I said, well, I don't see anything for Senator Mullen. Why is that? They said nothing showed up. We queried the Department of State, the Department of Defense, other intel folks. So you're in no classified document that the federal government has, according to the FBI.
Does the FBI, you really think the FBI is querying CIA, DIA? Is the FBI, oh gosh. You think they are? That's what made me think DIA, is the fact that the FBI didn't pull it. Dude, producer and manager of foreign military intelligence. I think he was, oh gosh. There's a Department of Energy intelligence sector? That's crazy. We have too many intelligence. Too many intelligence. Yeah, only 4 people were read in on it. The documents were destroyed, dude. Like the whatever it is, they burnt those documents. They do not exist anymore. If you're only reading 4 people in on it and you're sending a sitting congressman to somewhere where he might get captured, what if you wrote anything down, it's gone.
and yet you're telling me you did all this classified work. I
Didn't say
don't
all.
understand how that recognizes.
Sir, I didn't say all. I was very clear with what I said. I get what you're trying to get to here, and that's fine. But I complied with everything the document said, and it was official travel.
Mark Wayne Mullen would not have filled this document out. That's what I was getting at earlier. Mark Wayne Mullen did not fill these documents out. The White House counsel filled these documents out. Okay, so if there's, he's saying I complied. They complied. Okay, they complied. They complied. I think you guys would be surprisingly disappointed with how many boring things being life classified material and never goes public. You really think it's boring in Jordan? You think they sent us? This is what I'm saying. I understand that. That would not surprise me. It would. I would be floored if sending a sitting congressman somewhere where he needed training in case he was captured was boring. Like if that is if that's boring, my mind is blown.
And it was a classified trip.
Well, let me just chime in on this. I've agreed this is the fastest hearing anyone's ever had. This will be the fastest vote anyone's ever had. And that's despite my qualms and problems with your nomination. And I'm willing to do that. But when the FBI came to my office, I asked them if you had done any kind of work for the CIA, the DOD, or any other.
I haven't.
Let me finish. Any of these kind of agencies or any kind of classified work. And they said the way it works is you would have a separate folder if you'd been involved in classified missions somewhere, and we would get to see the folder, and then we wouldn't talk about it. We would look at it privately, and we would know what you're referring to. So it's confusing to us because there may have been some papers that said your official trips were excluded. I don't know which ones were and weren't, but you've now mentioned today that you have activities you've done. And so I think it would be easy, and I'm still willing to have the vote tomorrow, but I can cancel the vote tomorrow. I'm still willing to have the vote, get this done, and get it over with. But I think that just to make clear, and it doesn't sound like it's a secret you're too concerned about divulging, if you would to spend an hour and go to the SCIF or 30 minutes and just tell both the ranking member and the other, and it would be private and it won't be revealed, I think it would get this over with and we wouldn't have a complaint about going ahead with the vote tomorrow.
I have no issue with that if you guys get cleared on it, because my understanding was there was only 4 people read in it, and it was a special program inside the House. Just like I wasn't on Intel at the time, I'm not saying I was, but I have no issue.
Did they have the vote? Did he pass? Let's find out. I don't remember. Yep, it cleared the committee vote. Rand Paul was a no. Mullen voted yes, or Fetterman voted yes. Paul voted no, Fetterman voted yes. There we go. So, there's that. Anyway, chat, it's 12:30. I'm going to get off. I hope you guys had a excellent time. What the? Top 10 senators to primary? Great idea. We should do that. That's a good idea. That's a good stream idea. Nearly 4 hours exactly. 4:01 as of right now. But that's because I started late tonight. So, hey, please pray for my family. One of my family members died this week, or is going to die this week, probably. So please pray for my family, and you guys all have a blessed night.